Right. So this program enters initialize standard predefined macros, and I already checked that it does come with the line word. C++ is defined. It gets here. That's 2011. This one. And then, I don't know. What happens after that? I mean, if you do this, and then you don't have it defined, what the hell? I think this writes to a string. Scrolling backwards is so difficult. Yeah, this buffer here. It's just a string, and then the string is used for an O-stream thingy, string, which is then used by the builder, and the builder is passed to that function. And in the end, everything should be in here. So now we are inside this function. So as soon as we leave this function again, then this string should have, well, whatever we need. So let's set a breakpoint after leaving the function, or where am I now? We are now inside it. No, this is not. Initialize predefined macros. What? Yeah, I can just do finish. No, I guess it should have happened here, right? So we just left this function. And I'm pretty sure that was that was the point where I defined C++. But in which function am I now? In initialize preprocessor. And that was the one that had a string. Yeah, okay, so now we can print it. And there it is. Define clang. Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, well, it's probably in this list. It doesn't print everything. How can I get TDB to print everything? Just to be sure. Nobody knows. Well, maybe AI knows. DeepSeek knows. Okay. How do I tell TDB to print strings? Yeah, the const pointers, I guess. Completely. It is big. I immediately see it. So apparently, someone is clicking. I see it. Hello. I can do that too. Okay. Why is this vanishing? Because now it's in this buffer. And then frame, copy, edit. You're now here, and it is in this string. Now, of course, we don't know if this string is being used, but it's just an output string, so we can only write to this. I guess this was only done to pass it to builder. I don't think we read from it. Could read it from builder, but okay, let's just search for this string. Well, it should be happening here, I guess. Copy the predefined buffer into the preprocessor. Totally. We get there too. That would be line 1642. Still filled. Steep. It's a lot. Ish. This just assigns it to predefines inside wherever we are now. Oh no, this may be a little bit not too much enough. That is a little bit more than it was, I think. Was it like cut off here previously? Maybe 200. Anyway, set predefines. It's kind of weird. Oh, I didn't. No, yeah, I didn't up. But it's even weirder then. What the hell is going on? It finished like 2 functions instead of 1. It looks like it. I'm not getting it. But, okay. Print preprocessor. It is a shared pointer. Predefines. Yay. Why the hell would this not be used then? It's just now it's part of the preprocessor, which I'm not using. Ha ha ha. I'm not using the preprocessor. Right. Okay. Well, now that explains it. That's still strange though, but yeah. Okay, so how am I doing it at the moment is the question then. I'm creating a custom class, clang front end. And then I call process file name on that. Basically for every file name, which is defined here. It reads a file into memory buffer. Okay, this is it. Translation unit, process. Process input buffer. I'm having a preprocessor here. That is not the same preprocessor. I think this is already starting to lax. No, I'm confused. Let's try it from a different angle. This is the preprocessor that gets my define. Say the process input buffer is the thing that eventually is doing it. Yeah, it is. And that is where we start laxing. And this thing is using a preprocessor. Although maybe not in the way that I should. I'm not sure. Well, if you do preprocessor lax whatever and then it doesn't work. I think it would be interesting to look if this preprocessor here, which I'm actually using, has the define still in that. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, well, still, let's put a breakpoint here. And then that thing is way too big to print, so I want to print this is just a buffer. Hold it again. Here's the move. After the move, we did stuff, and then eventually it ended up in set predefines. Yeah, it's called predefines, but I printed it. Pretty sure. So strange. Oh, here. It was already short at that point. So preprocessor and then predefines. Print, well, preprocessor dot empty. Haha! Now that explains it. Right, so this preprocessor is not the one that we looked at before. The question is, of course, did we already get there, or do we get here too soon, or something like that? Let me first, I think we already got there, though, yeah. But I want to be sure, so let's set a breakpoint again in where that happens. I'm just gonna call here this set predefines. Then again. Yeah, so there is, it's calling set predefines on a preprocessor with the defines, and well, for this pointer. And then if I continue, it's not the same thing. Well, at least the pointer changed, but yeah, probably just a completely different preprocessor. No, okay, so it called this preprocessor from the translation unit. Let's just look at the source code. 7.8. Midwest Metro. No, well, no, that my server is dead. Nobody talks. I stopped talking to. I hang out in better C++ Discord. No, the real reason I'm streaming less is because I'm getting old and senile. I just cut. I can't do it anymore, I think. Something like that. Preprocessor P is translation unit get PP. Yeah, that was the line. So the translation unit is being passed as the second argument to process input buffer. That's this here. And that is in my code. Yeah, might as well go up with the process being called. Process called on a translation unit in here. Translation unit. Process source file. Okay, and that translation unit apparently has a preprocessor. totally has. Though I have a duplicate preprocessor. I put the preprocessor in the clang front end, so I should not do that. Why is the preprocessor defined here then? I might as well use the preprocessor that is now also in the clang front end. Cat PB is just returning a preprocessor. It's not even doing anything at all. Init. Well, I could move it here, I suppose. That doesn't make sense here. But apparently that is happening, I suppose. It's a unique pointer to a preprocessor. It was being moved. This is just a unique pointer. It's not really here, I guess. Well, yeah. No, it is, but... So who is calling init on my translation unit? Nobody. I bet that was the constructor then. Constructor, nope, also not. That would be something if you never call init. Oh yeah, called from clang front and begin source file. Yep, it is being called. And there we move the preprocessor, and the preprocessor is here created. Yep, well that's bullshit then, but interesting. Ah. Okay, so I'm creating a preprocessor here, probably in the same way that I do in the constructor of the clang frontend. Hopefully. Just copy this because I cannot remember it, fortunately. Jump to the constructor of this thing. There you have it. Let's compare that. So this is a make unique and this is a make shared, but who cares? Preprocessor options, diagnostic engine, lang options. Source manager, header source, module loader, null pointer, false. Nothing here. And I decided yesterday that it has to be a unique translation unit. Complete translation unit. So that's basically the same thing, yes, but now I already did that here. And the reason is that we need to call initialize on it and then again initialize it with something else. Which then does something. Maybe not. Let's still test if this thing cannot be moved to the top actually. Let's just move to the top. Let's change multiple things at the same time. Yay. Preprocessor, yeah. Well, it's just being done at the end of the constructor, so that's literally completely at the end of the initialization of this thing, so it does not necessarily has to be done here, right? And if we do this already elsewhere, well, except for that one, then I might as well do that elsewhere. But what is necessary is target info. I can probably get that anyway. These are just dummies. You need the preprocessor options and the front end options. I don't know why, but I'm feeling inclined to remove it here. Remove it to the other, to the place where I already had it. Let me just try that. So we're going to remove this line. Lines. See what we're doing, adjust here and then use it. It can't be correct. I don't know what this is doing, by the way, but let's keep that one here and put it to the top. And then we remove all of this. We're going to apply that to, well, to here. Ah! Aha! So that was a good decision, actually. This is being run for every source file, while this is only being done once. So whatever we do here is being used for every source file. And apparently we need to recreate a new preprocessor for every source file. So, yeah, I'm not so sure actually. We cannot reuse the preprocessor now, but the aha was at the moment that I thought that we just need to create a preprocessor. Well, that's what I'm doing here, the pass me. So if we need to create a new preprocessor every source file, then of course that must be moved here. You cannot do it one-time initialization and then reuse the same preprocessor. Apparently, I think. Okay, so the thing was created now, but I'm gonna pause that as well. That was this. And then we just do this, and now the preprocessor should have it. Well, this being, we need a target info. This is clang front end. I can just not even change it. Just you can read it. You can read all the members. Now this is again options, and I'm hopefully not using this. I'm not using. I don't know. I mean, if I ever have a project with precompiled headers, then we have a problem because I'm not supporting it. I don't even need that anyway. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know about these. Maybe I should move. I should just move them to the front end as well. Pretend that I will use them in the future. Let's just do that, I guess. So instead of a dummy, then this becomes a PCH container reader. What the hell? And the code generation options without dummy. And those then must exist as member function. Sorry, member variables in the clang front end, or rather the base class 0. So that would be options base. So I'm going to add them here. Let's just add them at the end, I guess. And I never. Well, I'm using my own stuff, well, my own classes. So we remove the clang. Give them the right name again. And then we're just default constructed, so really I should not have to do anything else. This is a pointer, why? Oh yeah, I was passing, oh that, yeah. The thing is, the PCA's container reader is incomplete cloud. No, it's. I was thinking pure vertical. It's not pure vertical. Virtual. Well, I cannot create it anyway. So anyway, you need a reference. Very annoying. Definitely needs to fix me. So I can make this a null pointer. I'll just add pointer to it. So hey, problem solved. And then I make it a clang. So now we don't have it. But I'm going to make a code gen options, which is just derived from the clang thing. And then doing nothing, just like here. I'm just leaving it empty. Might as well leave this empty. But if you want to tweak them, you can do that here. So now, kind of like this thing, you know. Yeah, you really have to set something. Treat all the options the same way. A Power Ranger asks how to achieve your level. Hard work. Just begin and never stop. Give up all other life. No social life. No girl or boyfriend. Well, I did have them very shortly, but very shortly, so you can always ignore that. Neglect it, I mean. I mean, seriously, I mean, I don't think, I'm on my way back, I'm 60, I was way better, so my memory is failing. But if there's anything left of my level, and that's what you're referring to, then remember that I'm in past year 30 that I do C++. So I could say, well, do C++ for 30 years full time. Or maybe it's already too late and you have to start younger. To have that those neural pathways that can read compiler errors in 1 second. Why am I not just running make? I cannot talk and compile at the same time. You type name something in clang. Well, that's because we're missing a header. Or maybe I don't even need it. I could... what is it? The serialization, yeah. You see, the thing is pure vertical. So the kind of the, well, or maybe not pure. Yeah, totally pure. It only has zeros here for all the vertical stuff. It's probably... I should just probably pick any, you know, something like this one. You need something that implements 3 things. That one isn't. Let's just look for something that overrides extract PCH. Object file, module, AST reader, something else. Yeah, it's a nonsense. I don't use this. Maybe you can construct this one, probably. But it's not being used anyway, unless you have PCH. But then I don't know anymore if this is the correct one. It's way too difficult. I'll just include that header, I guess. Or we can just for declare it. Maybe we should do that. I don't feel like including this nonsense. It's just for declared. Container operations. Is that, what is that? No, this one. Man, this thing got so slow. Let's that's the wrong tab. So we just run it in a debugger? No, not like this. This is also unacceptably slow. Segmentation vault, yay. Don't tell me it's using my null referenced thing anyway, no. This is null, yeah, but it probably is. No, that's a preprocessor. Oh, what? So this preprocessor is not pointing anywhere. Begin source file. Oh, right, I've got to delete it, and I should have removed the thingy. Because you copied it here, and now I want to use that one. Apparently I've got to remove it then. Yeah, I forgot to remove it. I actually remembered it. Normally, I would just compile it again, and then the compiler would tell me where it is being used. But the thing is so slow. Okay, this must be that, and here we have another one. Oh, it goes really far. I have the thingy, and it says, did you mean without the thingy? That is declared here. You mean telling me that maybe I typed an underscore too much is one thing, but then it even continues telling me where that thing is. Seems unlikely. Run into a core dump, and then you fix it, and it's still core dumps. How? What is this? Wait a minute. It was a core dump, wasn't it? Oh, it wasn't. Yeah, it was a core dump, but not this. It was not a sec fault. Already initialized target. Oh, yeah, I'm blind. I didn't look at that. It was cut off. That's why my pattern recognition didn't work. Oh, it's a cert. No, it's an ARGH. I'm trying to initialize a target twice, apparently. Initialize target is being called. That is being called from preprocessor initialize. Surely I'm not calling preprocessor initialize twice. I'm not happy with this kind of abbreviations. It doesn't make any sense. Is it better to not get the info than to be confused by too many characters? Just show me everything, damn it. Now I don't even know what the type is. It's a reference, but it's a COTS reference. So it's not like it's being initialized here, although it looks like it's initializing target. You would think that maybe it happened for the second source file, but we have only one source file. So it's really doing something twice for the same source file. I'm coding C++. No, okay. I'm trying to debug this thing. It's too difficult. Process input buffer. Why? How do we check this? Let's put a breakpoint before it happens. So maybe here. But in my source code, okay, that will be there. Translation unit process. I don't know. Let's go up one. Process file name. Put a breakpoint on 371. It's very random. We'll run from the beginning. So we did not have a assert yet. Now we are 371 on doing next. And then we assert or we don't assert, right? We assert. Okay, so we run again from the beginning. Do we step? Now we are inside process. Next. So again, I do, well, maybe I should put a breakpoint here, but no. Next. Assert. Run from the beginning. This way we should find a loop, if there is a loop. And otherwise there's just two different calls to the same thing, but it should be able to detect that as well, I think. Now I have a preprocessor. It should help. Okay, initialize. I think the assert happened here. That's really strange. Don't tell me the target info at this point was already initialized. I'm setting a breakpoint. Next, assert. Okay, but from the beginning. Let's delete 2. I think that the problem was the target info here at this point is already, but I don't know what it was wanting actually. Yeah, initialize, yes, step. This target is a pointer to the target that we pass. And then we call, still using that target, initialize target. And then we have suddenly out of nowhere a target shared, which is not empty. Size is 4. Oh, it's not about target, it's about target shared, shards, I mean. I don't know how to pronounce it. Yeah, where does that come from? This is line 111. Is it the thingy from the context? Thingy being a member variable. What the hell is context? Context does not have a thingy like that. You don't know which kind of context it is, so. Yeah, I don't know. It seems to be happening here. Whatever this is, the target shorts. Probably a memory variable of context, which I cannot find back. But it's not unlikely that we just get this line twice. And then apparently before even my first breakpoint. I could put a breakpoint here and then just run from the beginning. Yeah, let's try that. I don't know how to do that. Try the whole path. 113. That worked. That worked. Well, we do get here before we get to the other breakpoint. So this is the first time we get here, obviously. And then where is that from? That is from begin source file. What? We do get here again, right? Let's do a continue. Now we get breakpoint 3. And then we don't get there twice. No, of course not. The assert is before this point. Assert now here, but that's where the breakpoint is. So main calls process file name. And that constructs a translation unit. And then we call it. And then we call it again from translation unit process. The process calls process input buffer, while the constructor calls begin source file. Process input buffer calls preprocessor initialize. And the begin source file also calls preprocessor initialize. So the fight is between begin source file and process input buffer. That's one, and the other one is, oops, that's not the one. Actually it is. I would say, since we create a preprocessor here, that this has to be called. Right? I mean, new preprocessor, new call. But then that's doing something to our target info, which was already done, which is very confusing. Or maybe it's not. I don't know. No, this is the same preprocessor, actually. Right, so we get the preprocessor here, and then we do something that was already done on the preprocessor that we get here. Why would I do that here then? Okay, let's edit both files. That is only one file, 50 and 81. So that one is initializing it, and then we end up here at some point, which is initializing it again. How do I get here then? Begin source file and then process input buffer. Yeah, I guess I can do it here or there. Doesn't really matter, but not both. What is the best place? I like this one. I just like this because it's older. I don't know why. Yes, so that is already done, and this also. Those were the lines that I just added. I mean, was not already done, but now it is. Where then this must be PP. Yep. Compile. I'm gonna go ahead and run it in debugger this time because it keeps crashing. I still have a breakpoint. Why do I still have a breakpoint? I never ran into this breakpoint before on the last days. Refusing to continue this. Well, it didn't crash and we have too much output, so I should have not run it in debugger. This one, right? So def null. I think it's gonna work. Yep, it works. So before I had half a page of other errors actually, which happened because the C __ C++ macro was not defined. But now it is defined, apparently, because I don't get a warning anymore. Still to get this warning, but it's a completely normal warning, considering that I'm including something that should give that warning. Unless we define some macro. Okay, I have that macro here. This one. But yeah, I don't think I can already define macros, but let's test it. If I do this, then what happens? Unknown command line argument. So let's add the possibility to define stuff on the command line, I guess. Maybe I should first commit to this though. Yeah, this is all more or less test-ish junk that does not need to be committed. These 2 lines cost me a whole day. Yeah, that's all. Good. Parse command line options. Yeah, so how does that work? How does that work? Did that work? Command line options. I already have some command line options, so can just copy it. Pretty sure these are command line options. Or not. Yeah, command line options. CL is probably command line. Well, the eye is of course looking most like it. Let's copy this. A list of strings. Let's call it macros. Pre-defined macros. Command line macros. Capital D. Value description. There is macro. Something like that. I think that picks it up automatically. So just doing this should already be printing the description if I do help or something. Let's try that out. Bile. Okay. Okay, this is ridiculous. I think it's it's not doing anything, so it's probably libcwd. I have so many symbols now that just reading the symbol table is causing a 2 seconds delay. Okay, well there it is. Minus D macro. Define the macro while preprocessing. Yeah, there should be an equals something, right? It's kind of optional then though. If you don't do that, you just define it to 1. Yeah. That ain't clear. I mean, it's opt here, but how do you combine an opt with the list, and then even it still doesn't work because I need this. I just want to have an optional equals here. Let's ask the AI, see if it knows, you know, maybe. If it can be done, and others have done it, then maybe it knows. I'm gonna ask Grok, I think. Here's Grok again. Yeah. Using C++ with llvm clang, doing I get the help text. This won't allow me to specify one or, well, 0 or more, I guess. Well, 0, yeah. You can always specify 0 of them. Let's get one or more. One or more minus d foo is something. Command line options. I want to be able to pass minus d foo as well as minus d foo is definition of foo. And then list of those. How can I do that using llvm cl? Well, if it says so. So basically it's just a command line list, and then you write something yourself that passes the optional equal sign. Very lame, yeah. Dude, don't add it as a comment. AIs get so nervous if they have to use something that they didn't define in the same file. So the category, CW format category, yes, of course that exists, but oh shit, you know, I never defined that. Let's add a comment. Okay, it makes it static. I unmake it static. You can use the standard pair, I suppose. That wants to use camel case. I don't want to use camel case. Command line. Is that 2 words? Oh, we need a specialization. I think I have the support command line. Do I not already have that? Yep. We also need a string and utility. I have string, do not have utility. Let's add a specialization like right there. I'm more stubborn than the AI. It's just one line. I don't need these things at all. Oh. That's what you get with it, stupid short abbreviations. I'll just do it manually. That is the result, isn't it? It's like a reference, yeah. Totally a result. Wait a minute, this is also an abbreviation. No, it's not. It's called, well, it looks like an optional thing. Or not. Let's see what option is. It's a token or it is a class. No, not okay. So just options. Hi, Abhimanyu. Question 1. Does it compile? Explicit specialization of something after instantiation. That would be nice if it told me where it was instantiated in. Yes. No type named parser data type. An instantiation of template class llvm blah 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 requested here. I see a val being used here, so I'm gonna guess that this is my standard pair. Yeah, I suppose it cannot know that if you have to move it before this thing. I know I've got the name. Parser data type. Oops. There's gamble. What the... Access elements in struct initializer. Yeah, it doesn't seem like I should do that myself. It's defined here. I think it should derive from something. Should just override it. Then you lose all of this, which is probably not the idea. I need examples, real examples, not AI examples. This is a specialization. I don't know what basic parser is. Let's have a look at basic parser. It doesn't feel basic. The real basic parser is just a template grabber that provides a type def for the provided data types. Yeah, okay. So I could use that. Then we have the parser data as well. But this implementation depends on having a mapping of recognized options to values of some sort. I think that's what I am doing, right? In addition to this, each entry in the mapping also tracks a help message. Yes, also. That is printed with the command line option help. Because this is a simple mapping parser, the data type can be any unsupported type. Well, for one thing, the parse is not static at all. And this is an override, this is an override. An out-of-line virtual method to provide a home for this class. Dude. These are kind of the same. Let's copy this. Yeah, fucking much. Do something. Well, took revenge. I don't know about those. Let me just try this. When is the value optional? I don't have an optional thing. Maybe just this. I keep it simple, then at least it should compile, even though maybe it will not do what I want. Right, so what the hell is with the arg name? Which isn't used at all. But I do have an arg value. What? Okay, I'm gonna guess that the arg name is the D, so we don't really need that indeed. And the arg is then the thing that we are decoding here. Just rename that to no, arg value then. It's not equal. What the hell? Gamble, compile, repeat. Memory initializer basic parser did not name a non-static data member or base class. Okay. Well, now it should accept my minus D, even though I'm still not use it. Yeah, that's not how it works. The compiler should accept that without a space, or the compiler does accept it without a space. Let's put it that way. That is quite annoying. What's wrong with Grok? Well, I asked Grok because I wanted it to look up websites, but it didn't. It just blurted out something that didn't work. Maybe I should now can do advanced search and reasoning, and it doesn't search at all. It's pretty annoying. Elon Musk, yay, my hero, the savior of humanity. You are influenced by the woke mainstream media, the Trump and therefore, by extension, Elon Musk haters. What's wrong with Elon Musk? Nothing. The Biden administration tried to bankrupt him with all kinds of laws and what's the word? Rechtszaken. Not giving him permits and stuff like that. Challenging him that he would not be paid. He had agreed that he would get this and this or that percentage if he would deliver with Tesla. And he did deliver, like 100x or something. But because it was a lot of money. No, because he was saying the truth. Revealed the Biden administration for all their lies by buying Twitter. That's why they wanted to kill him off the face of the earth. and had to be some judge to say that he was not allowed to get that money. Just to silence him. It's just politics. And he said, I don't start fights, but I do finish them. So, because they being the government of the USA, Biden is senile, is not doing anything, but whoever was running the USA, because they attacked him every possible way. That's why he chose the side of Trump. And now they have a fallout again because he's absolutely not agreeing with everything that Trump is doing. He just didn't want to get bankrupted and what is that? If someone just challenge you for court, sue. Yeah, he didn't want to get sued and have a government in control that was working in every possible way against him to make him lose his money and power. Yeah, I have a very unclear voice, and these days I just can't find the right words anyway. So. Anyway, there's nothing wrong with Elon Musk. He's a good guy. Absolutely. Anyway, now I get, and even if I would hate him, if Grok is doing the right thing, then why would I not use it? I'm even using GitHub while it is Microsoft. Can you imagine? This did not change. So it's repeating it anyway. Also very annoying. Did it change or did it not change? So it's even hard to see. It doesn't look like it changed. Just changes. Added. CL value required. That is below the value description. Never mind. Well, thank you. Yeah, so this kind of things, it says llvm's command line library doesn't have a direct flag to allow attached values. It's just pulling it out of its nose. I mean, you cannot rely on that being true. Everything the stupid AI says, it says it as if it is the truth. And then if you point out that it is not correct, it's, oh yeah, sorry, I made it up. But that's not helping at all. And even if this is true, and I would say it's not true, it's gonna say, oh yeah, sorry, no, of course you're totally right, it's not true. Well, it is well true. Well, it is true. So it's just... it's not really useful. You get a few hints and ideas, and then you have to work very hard and Google yourself. Meanwhile, whole companies are firing 60% of their workers because they switch to AI. Facepalm. You have a prefix. You place all your text's value attached with CL prefix. Okay, try that. Prefix. Did that come with some kind of comment? Yeah, I still have to see it. Main changes. I didn't change this. I didn't change this. I didn't change this. I didn't change it back. Maintained, kept. Didn't change, didn't remove any periods. No. Let's see if prefix exists. Prefix does not exist. Oh, you're right. Yeah, my fault. Let's make up something else. Apparently it did exist. Okay. Okay, next we want to process them. And I think it already had testing. Command line macros, we can just run over it apparently. Apology and commitment.
I am sorry for the confusion caused by suggesting. I should have cross-checked. What thoroughly? I have no verified resolution against. "25 web pages." Okay. Okay. Well, in that case, we can add these codes, I suppose. Zip. Edit. Yes. So yeah, this is now a list. You can just run over it, get all the pairs and print them. I think we should do that. This is not main. Where's my main? Yeah. I guess we can do that already here. Oops. The east const was removed anyway, or was never there. Why is it so cold outside? It's June, isn't it? It must be global warming. Ice Age is starting. The stupid thing is that they talk about global warming, but the real problem is that the what is it called? So the oceans are streaming over the whole world. I think it takes 2,000 years or so before they made a whole round, but it's flowing, and that spreads the warmth over the whole earth. And the real problem is that is slowing down. I would talk about that. That's absolutely disastrous if that stops. But the result is that we get an ice age after that. So why are they talking about global warming? I don't know. Might as well mention the actual problem. Blub, 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 blub. Test. No, that's not useful. Let's write it to a file. Value none. No, that's correct. So we can also set it to 1, I guess. Value 1. That works, yeah. Now you have to actually add these things as macros.
Uh-huh. A lambda, which takes... Yeah, we don't know that. Something that we can initialize. I don't know. Let's call it macro definitions. Definitions. That's the right thing. Maybe we should pause a list or something. For let's just call it what it is. Standard pair, standard string, standard string. Oh, wait a minute, that's nonsense. Command line macros, yeah, that is the CL list. That's what we have to run over. Let's print this to debug output. Yeah, add macro. I don't know. We need something. So add macro. It's all bullshit. I'm going to pause this to this thingy here. Yeah, I never got the name. The name was what? Where did it even come from here?
Frontline macro definitions. So tag it type at the end. Standard function, return nothing, take as arguments, we don't know. Something reference. And that thing then is used as, where's my constructor? Oh yeah. Something. And then the header search was done. The question is, where do I need my macros to go to? Preprocessor options maybe? Somewhere. One of these options should contain macros, I hope. Preprocessor options. Add macro. Well, that must be it, right? I mean, if this class has a macros in place back, then no other place is as good as this place. So I'm gonna add it to this object, and this object being preprocessor options. Preprocessor options. That means that. Oops. I'm lazy. I pass preprocessor option. Do your thing. Add it to this. Yeah. Add it. But that thing being, because this thing here is just an object. But the preprocessor options is a shared pointer. I don't really want to pass a shared pointer. Yeah, I don't know. Shall I pass a reference? Yeah, just pass a reference. So I'm gonna dereference it here. And then we pass preprocessor options as a reference. So now we know what is being passed. Reference to that. Do we have a preprocessor options? We have a preprocessor options ourselves. Yeah. Yeah, but I don't need that. Okay, so just pass a reference to the base class. That's good enough. And then I guess I have to go back to where we came from. That is so not what I wanted. Configure, command line, macro definitions, I think it was. Type. Bit long. Let's put it on. That doesn't look very nice here. It's being passed to this constructor of the clang front end, but you have to pass it to the options base. That's where we add. And then going back even further, so being passed to the clang front end constructor here. And now we do get a callback then. Callback was here, and the actual thing is, and it's no longer in my mouse, I bet. Nope, no longer in my mouse. It was a clang thing. Preprocessor options. It was, I'm sure. Yeah, rename this, I guess, rename it. Processor options. No, it was called add macro, I'm pretty sure. Nachos. No, not called add macro. Let's have a look again. Add macro def. What about adding a macro with a value? What the heck? You can. What the heck? Yeah, maybe you just pass the macro name and the equal sign, assignment sign, whatever, and the value. Does this thing exist? Nope. That doesn't help at all. It's just a source code. Documentation. Also does not help at all. Basically no documentation. Tiresome. Nobody asked a question about it. I'm the first one in the world that uses this function. Apparently. Oh, here we have an example. So yes, you just pass equal sign. Did not even have to decode that. We did not need the partial specialization, therefore. So annoying. Real AI would have said, you don't need that. You can just pass the equal sign directly, including the equal sign. 38 degrees is nice. No, it's not nice actually. It's way too hot. And place it back, yeah. Go, go. Guess I can't type. You added that. Do-do-do-do-do-do. Yeah, well. That's why all my viewers are leaving. I'm typing this kind of shit. Forgetting everything. No member named add macro dev in clang preprocess options. Did you make add? Oh, wow. They actually did not use an uppercase for once. But I think I should remove the specialization. Yay, it works. Unbelievable. I mean, now I managed to have quotes around this, but might as well put a quote here. Just treat the whole thing as one value. If I remove the specialization, then how does it look? This parses something into the parser data type, which is this type. This has to work with this deleted, right? And then the standard pair becomes a string. No, I'm not sure we are allowed to use the space at all. I think it is allowed because it said allow. You can also put the space still there. Right, then this is a string. It's not a pair anymore, actually. Maybe I have a standard pair still somewhere else, but I'll see.
It is unbelievable, but it still works. I know it says it like that. Wow, the quote moved. But it still works. Is it even mentioning the thing somewhere else? Probably not. Oh, it is. Oh. Oh, that's just the first line. It's a comment. Right, then I'm going to go ahead and add undefined as well. That's easy now. This is allowed. Can't help it. Okay, so I think it is allowed anyway. Maybe we should test it. For now, I'm leaving it in. Same thing, prefix, undefined foo. And then we need to repeat that. Oh wait, we can do that in the same thing. I just run over the undiff. Undefining macro. So we had an add macro, and then we had to have this one. And that should work. Meaning that if now I do yeah, okay, there it is. Even though we're on this, it still works, of course. I have to think. Let's just add a then minus u foo. That should be accepted. Add still work. And then we do minus u. I'm going to add a -1. Nope, not allowed. Well, then we don't do that and the rest still works. Yeah, I could play a game of chess every time I compile.
Maybe learn bullet chess. This should undefine it again. Meaning now we get this warning. Yes. So it was undefined. And now if I do this before it, then I think it remains defined. The order matters. Oh, really? Really? That's strange. Nope, that's not how it works. Damn it. How can that not work? Oh, yes, of course. Yeah, I have to do it in the same order. And what I'm doing now is I loop over this one, and then I loop over that one. So I'm doing this one last. So I have to store it in the same list then. That's a bit impossible, actually. Huh? Time to ask the AI again, because this is so way too difficult for me. On grok already. Yeah. So this creates a CL list of all minus D arguments. But I need to keep the order in which minus D and minus U arguments appear on the command line. How do I describe that correctly? CL alias. Well, if that exists, then that would be interesting. There's the copy. There is no copy. Yeah, what? Well, maybe it copies it anyway. All that stuff. Okay, so basically, oops, that. I'm confused. It did mess up, didn't it? Talk about minus U here. This is undefined, but it's called define. And the description was also for undefined. Yeah, what? And here the D is missing. Just bullshit. ARGH. We need this and this together. I'm pretty sure of that. So yeah, let's just make it a
make a D here. Or not. Man, what a mess. I'm gonna back out. It looks more sane here. I think that something went wrong with the copying or something. Okay, these things must be CL alias now. T. Alias. I'll call it define. Description, you're gonna make all using -D. Processing, fine. Name, required. Just didn't change. And then here we have on diff. That's also an alias. It's super unclear. Oh. Right. This doesn't make any sense. I don't think it got my point. Guess I'll just test it. Anyway, we still need this whole macro entry thing. Just put that right in front of Jonas Bush. Right. Okay. Yeah. And the specialization. What the hell? Nope, you lost everything. What happened? That's what went wrong before. So I copy this and then I get ... here instead of the whole thing. So you have to copy it in parts. Narrow escaping the ... dots. Yeah. Yeah, it's not really necessary to do all this, because I try to add that and I get an error message already anyway. But yeah, it's already there. I don't know. It actually compiles, I think. Yeah, there. Wow. Or not. And valid option name exclamation mark. It's empty. Yeah, it's not working. Totally not working. In the end, you just lose more time, teams. Well, the problem is this stuff doesn't have any documentation, really. That's why I'm using an AI, because at least then we get something. But, dude. Let's ask another AI, just for the heck of it.
This is basically what it asks for. A way to know the order in which the arguments are passed. Apparently, that's the only way to do it afterwards. Well, apparently, that's what this thing is saying. You never know if that is true. Command line markers list is populated, but operations are unknown. Update them based on the sorted occurrences. Does not exist. Great. unrelated, I think. I would say this is the one that we have. No, we don't. You have an alias. Okay, so get position I. All this does not exist in CL alias. It was CL alias, right? Yep. Yeah, if that exists, then I don't need this shit. I can just go back to what I had. Wait, restore, reset, restore, I think. So now both are just a list, and then if I have some kind of thing that I have been asking for the last 2 hours, do not use AIs. They are so no. Do not clang and do not use clang either, because I was trying to do that. They don't have documentation. Oh yeah, need a bloody map. What was it? Yeah, and it was not called define.
Some pair. I should be able to print standard pairs. Otherwise I'm missing a header. That totally works. So like 2 hours ago I asked this to Grok. How do you do this? And it came up with shit, non-existing shit, made up more non-existing shit, pages of code, and the only thing I was asking for was to tell me about the get position. So the AIs are 100% totally waste of time, useless shit. Why have I three tabs open to AIs? It's pathetic. Well, because there is no manual. There's no way to find get position, right? I mean, it would be nice if the AI just memorized the whole documentation and the code and then just told me if you ask something like that. But okay, and rent. Still have to tweak it into a usable thingy. So you have to do that. Did I delete it? I need something that I deleted. Where is it? This. Simple enough. Yeah, it must be you. I mean, I just get D or you. True. This is you. Oops. Suppose the macro definition is P first now. Yeah, I have to add a string, but I don't have a string. What do I have? This thing was printed unsigned. Oh, it's just a position. Fuck. No, this is position. It's bullshit. Okay, let's add. Let's make this a pair then. So once that works, you can look at second first. And then add second. Do and insert, I think. Or is it in place? How do you insert something with a key? I don't know. Yay, no AI. Just plain old standard map documentation. When there is actually documentation, it's so good. What was I looking for? Insert, yeah. Value, yeah, value type already includes that key. Yeah, I must admit that keeping that separate is kind of nice. I'll just use in place. In place. If you want to get position, that would be the key. Comma, and then we have to pass a pair. Pair being this pair here to the string. I don't get the string.
I don't know, something like this. Yeah, no, this one as well. In place command line on dev get position u, comma. Gonna do the same as the AI. I'm just gambling something. I'm just guessing. But I'm not telling you this is correct. No, now we're going to look what it actually had to be. And we do the. I need to know the type of this thing. And it was a CL list. Yeah. How do we find back CL list? Probably not that much. This, because support command line. Oh, I already have it. Yeah. And then, so the positions are stored in this vector, but we need to have the value expected, handle occurrence, option width, print option value. That would be interesting. It's empty. It's probably the base class. Get parser, get position, clear, set, blah 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 blah. Set, of course, stored in the storage, which also gives access. Storage, vector, option value, probably it, default, no. Is it, I don't know. Set location, add value, well at least it adds a value. Location pushback. If initial, default pushback. Houston, you have a problem. I think this one. So it is going to work. My guess was correct. There is an operator something, square brackets, which returns a reference. Where's the reference defined? Yeah. Just a vector reference, aka reference to data type. And data type is the template parameter type. It is I suddenly have two of them. Storage class, shit. Probably works anyway. So that's a data type of the list, which is a standard string. So yeah, it just works. It should return a standard string. Or not. In place, the problem is with in place. No matching member function for call to in place. And then the template ignored. Substitution failure, deduce incomplete pack. Blah blah blah. Yeah, it's a usual stupidity of the compiler. I already had a feeling that it wouldn't work, to be honest. You have to specify the type here. Type. I think you have to specify the type anyway. Hopefully that is it. I'm not sure, but I think that is it. Can also use a vector type, data type or something. Info type. But then I need the type of the vector, which I didn't define. It's a local map. What was a map? It's a map. So if you put a map in the class, then you should do that. So mapped type. Is also a value type? No, I wanted to have the T. So could you, if you have the map type, then you can use the mapped type. Yeah, let's do that. So you do using position to type map type is doesn't get shorter, does it? It's not getting shorter this way. It's getting longer. But less duplicated code. Standard pair is now defined at one place. And that's canonical. It just has to be that map type. Now, if the value type knows the mapped type, then maybe you can do that like that. So we could use an insert and then, I don't know, whatever. I have to wait again for a long time. But it's not going to work. Well, maybe it prints something. Yeah, print something. And then it hangs. Adding macro definition first, adding macro definition second, undefining macro third, undefining first. It just totally looks like it works. But let's just test it with this thing. So before this would undefine the macro, but no, you don't get error, so it is defined. Very good. And then if you put it on the other side, then it still works, right? Okay, now we do get a warning. Yes, okay, I'll call it a day, that is until I have eaten, which means I need to go shopping, which means I need to get dressed, which means I need to get up, shit. Git diff, I guess. Commit -a.
llvm. What is the description of this? Do not use AI. The solution without AI. Okay, now do slap grok around because grok used to be here and now it's no longer. No, it's here. Slap it. Sword. Why would you use sword? I deeply get it. The poor thing has emotion. Here's what I did. Yeah. You got to teach those things, otherwise it will never get better, right? Right. Yeah. So I understood that the wall of text that it's producing now is not for me, it's for itself. It just makes us some kind of summary of
everything using, well, I'm not paying for this, but if I would be paying, then it is using my tokens to produce the text, and then later when they reiterate this, they can use this as to train the AI again. So this is the answer, basically, sort of. So they say, well, for this question, I should have answered that. At least it's not exactly the answer, but it does, highlight, all the important stuff. I'm going to get up and do stuff. I'll be back later this evening, I guess. Because this now works.